Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome, everyone. We are going to go ahead and call our regularly scheduled board meeting to order. It is Tuesday, April 22nd, 2025, 5 p.m. We'll call our board meeting to order. Before we move further, si usted necesita un intérprete, tenemos intérpretes disponible hoy para nuestra reunión. Por favor, déjele saber a un empleado si usted necesita intérprete, los tenemos disponibles para esta reunión esta tarde. If you do need an interpreter, we do have interpreters available for our meeting this afternoon. So please let one of our staff members know, and we'll make sure to get an interpreter for you for today's meeting. Thank you to all of our interpreters and to our Multilingual Services Department for helping to provide that. As we do with every board meeting, I'll read our board norms and protocols. We agree to respect differences of opinions in making decisions for the district, to follow best practices in managing the superintendent and the management of the board itself, to stay on task when conducting business for the district, including while at board meetings, to never surprise the superintendent or each other when conducting official business of the district, to read these norms at the beginning of each board meeting and at board workshops as a reminder of how to conduct our meetings, and to continually self-check to determine if we're following our norms when conducting district business. Again, welcome board members, Dr. Stubblefield, staff, all of our guests that are joining us in person and online, welcome. With that, Ms. Smith, would you please do a roll call?
Yolanda Clark. Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, present.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, present.
Robert Milan Jr.
Robert Milan Jr., present.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, present.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, present.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, present.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve today's agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark. Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Milan Jr.
Robert Milan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, board. All right, we're going to start off with, again, one of my favorite parts of our meeting. We have lots of recognitions and awards. I'll invite Dr. Jones up to the podium to present our Employee of the Month.
Good evening, President Lopez, Vice
Evening.
President Russell, and the Board of Education, as well as Dr. Stubblefield. I am proud to present the Employees of the Month for the current month.
April.
I mean, how more creative can you be? All right.
That's fun.
All righty then.
Our first candidate, our first person that we're going to recognize is Hope Clark as an Employee of the Month. She is, yes. Hope is a fourth grade teacher at M.E. Pearson.
All right.
The nomination reads as this: I am honored to nominate Hope Clark due to her exceptional dedication to her students and her tireless contributions to our school community. Ms. Clark consistently goes above and beyond in every aspect of her teaching, making a profound impact on both her students and the school at large. Ms. Clark's classroom is a model of organization, structure, and respect. One of the most notable aspects of her teaching is how well-behaved and engaged her students are. She has created an environment where high expectations are set and students rise to meet them. Her students understand the value of discipline and hard work, and this reflects in their academic and personal growth. Her classroom is not just a space for learning, but a place where students feel safe, respected, and empowered to be their best selves. Beyond fostering a positive learning environment, Ms. Clark shows an unwavering commitment to the success of students. Every time I come into her classroom, she's engaging the students in critical thinking and important content. She also almost always chimes in during my counseling sessions to create connections to her class that help them learn. Her care for the whole child is evident in everything that she does, whether it's celebrating their successes or offering guidance when they face challenges. There's more to say, but this was the nomination came in from Kara Kingetter, and so she nominated Ms. Hope Clark, and we congratulate her on being Employee of the Month. Our classified employee of the month is Mr. Marcus Jones. Mr. Jones is the College and Career Coordinator at Wyandotte High School. The nomination reads, I'm honored to recommend Mr. Jones for his recognition as outstanding advocate and mentor for students. As a graduate of Wyandotte High School who has returned to support his students in achieving their post-secondary goals, Jones exemplifies dedication, innovation, and selfless service. His ability to think outside the box and provide unwavering support to students makes him an invaluable asset to our school community. Jones consistently demonstrates exceptional character through his volunteer service with the Wyandotte High School PTSA, whether mentoring students, organizing career workshops, or collaborating with local guidance and resources necessary to succeed. His enthusiasm for service is contagious, inspiring both students and fellow staff members to strive for excellence. On a broader scale, he actively participates in state-level discussions and initiatives that advocate for enhanced educational opportunities, demonstrating his dedication to systemic improvement with his work with Block and William Jewell College. In every aspect of their work, Jones embodies excellence, leadership, and compassion. His return to our school as a mentor and advocate has left an immeasurable impact on our students, faculty, and community. I wholeheartedly support his nomination and am confident that his dedication will continue to inspire generations to come. That was submitted by Ms. Chevette Dinkins. Congratulations, Mr. Jones. And now I bring to the mic, I'll let you do that.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. Now we'll welcome up Dr. Sarah Lucero.
Good evening, Board President, Board members, and Dr. Stubblefield. I'm excited to share April's Students of the Month with you. And our first is Kevin Alexander III.
All right. Yeah.
Well, Kevin is just a ray of sunshine. You will realize this in meeting with him in moments. I had the opportunity to learn about all his besties at school. Some of them are here, like the bestie secretary, bestie teacher. All the people at the school are his besties. He also has his family here too as well, his mom, his grandma, grandpa, and great-great-aunt, but he loves his besties. He is a student that just thrives, that brings out the best in everyone. He's positive, kind. He will go over and help kids, play with them, show them, encourage them. Whenever they're feeling shy or nervous, he goes down. He had a student that didn't know how to skip, and he just went over and he said, let me show you. You can do it, and just taught him how to skip. So he also has excellent dance moves that we might ask him about later to show us. And he has the best knock-knock jokes. So if you need a pick-me-up, go meet Kevin. He will help you learn and have your best day ever. Let's give it up for Kevin. Our next elementary student of the month is John Romero Hernandez. Now, John, he is every teacher's dream in a classroom. He makes good choices even when others are not, and even when others aren't watching. He just listens, soaks in lessons. He works hard in everything he does. He faces new challenges and takes risks and never shies away from something that's unfamiliar. Now, he has something that we can all learn. When facing challenges, he never lets doubts get in the way of his success and perseveres, especially when this comes to learning another language. He approaches every task with an optimistic mindset. His favorite food's hamburgers, and when he grows up, he wants to be an astronaut. So,
All right.
Way to go, John. Our middle school student of the month from Arrowhead is Genesis Canales Mendoza. Now, Genesis One of the things that she is most known for is her smile. She just knows how to make everybody light them up, feel good. She is mature and she's a leader. And she is a leader not just as a student, but also as a teammate. She is a leader in the classroom and also on the soccer field. She is exceptional. Her peers voted her as team captain her first year. That's phenomenal. So academically, she excels with diligence, integrity. She is constantly achieving high grades and inspires others to do that as well. Her positive personality lifts others up and her teammates. She's thoughtful, caring, and exhibits humility. She is a confidant for others. Her grace and strong sense of community are evident in all the contributions she makes to our school and her team. When she grows up, she thinks she might want to pursue business, but she's open to several options. Let's give it up for Genesis. Okay, now our high school student of the month is Macy Daniels from Washington.
Yeah.
Now, Macy is only a sophomore at high school. I had to ask her again, are you sure? Only a sophomore? She has already opened Kat's Closet at Washington High School. I got to sit with her. She was shadowing the superintendent at a strategic planning the other week. Sophomore, doing all this already. She's in the ROTC. She's also a student representative on the Student Restorative Justice team. This girl is everywhere. I asked her, what inspires you to do so much? And she says she likes helping people. She likes doing good. That is a beautiful why. So she has helped with her coat's closet. She got it started. She had it up and running in December 20, or I said Cat's Closet. Up in December 2025. She's volunteered to come up there regularly, helping cleaning, organize, hanging up clothes, but she goes above and beyond. There was a new refugee student that came. She found out that he needed clothes and his family needed clothes. She got the clothes. She helped him take it out to the bus, coordinated with the bus driver so they wouldn't have to carry all of this. This girl is a go-getter. But board members, she wants to become a teacher.
Yeah.
So look, this is a contract we need to get in the making. So I'm excited to see Macy graduate and get into our classroom someday soon. Let's give it up for her.
Yeah.
And that concludes our Student of the Month. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lucero. And just a reminder before we continue on, we will take a recess after we're done with recognitions, and we'll take a picture with the student, the employees of the month, their families, and those who nominated them for Employee and Students of the Month. So don't go away. We're going to do that after we finish our recognitions and awards. And I see them filing in. This afternoon, we have the honor of Mr. Simmons, who will present the Winter All-State Athletics recognitions. Good afternoon, Mr. Simmons.
Look at that crowd.
Good afternoon. Give me 1 second to pull up the presentation.
That's my church member, the one with the Ray and Burgundy Washington shirt.
Okay, the tall boy.
There we go. Sorry about that. Okay. Good evening, Board President Lopez, Vice President Drew, board members, Superintendent Dr. Stubblefield. I have the pleasure of acknowledging our winner scholar athletes. We have several of them here today. We have some who couldn't make it because they're involved in other spring activities, which is exactly what we want. But for those that are here, they are being recognized for one of two reasons. They either participated in their state level state competition for their respective sport, or they were nominated to represent their team on one of the all-state teams. So we will go ahead and get started with our Harmon young ladies we have a couple of young ladies who are here who were state qualifiers. We have freshman Danny Navarez. And junior Jimena Navarez. And they are coached by head coach Trey Kaiser.
Yeah.
For our boys wrestling team over at Harmon, they have several state qualifiers. One could not be here today, and that is sophomore Zachary Ladd. But we do have 3 in attendance, starting with senior Carlos Gallardo, junior Junior Reyes, and senior Jacob Sullivan.
Yeah.
And they are coached by head coach Matt Langhofer.
Right, man.
Just slide down some. We'll stay up there, but just slide down some. Yep. From the Schlegel wrestling team, we have a couple of state qualifiers with us here today. We have one who could not make it, and that is freshman Survey Alliance could not be here. But we do have 2 young ladies who are here. We have Janessa Ferrero. And we have junior Emily Velasquez. They are coached by head coach Brandon Lightfoot. From Sumner Academy, we have a couple of 5A state participants for our bowling team. We have senior Kyle Edwards McLeish and junior Nadia Smith. They are coached by head coach Michael Gonzalez. We have several other representatives from the Sumner Academy. From the girls wrestling team, we have state runner-up, took second place at 110, Miss Angie Mensah, sophomore. We have sixth place finisher, Layla Rattler. State qualifier, sophomore, Ashley Montajo Shabar, sorry. The girls' team is coached by head coach Sean Fitzgerald. We have several representatives from the Sumner Academy boys wrestling team. Sixth place finisher at 132, senior Miles Dean. Senior David Silva. And senior Jaden White. We had a few Sumner Academy boys wrestlers who couldn't be here today. Eric Mendez, Samir Moore, and Xavier Sepsi. They are coached by head coach Cam Coquette. From Washington High School, we have a couple of sports represented, starting off with bowling. We have a 5A state participant, senior Charles Peters Williamson.
Yeah.
Charles is coached by head coach Jason Jones.
Smile, Charles.
From the Washington High School girls 5A wrestling team, we have the first ever Washington High School state medalist, junior Rady Johnson.
Yeah.
And we have a few other state qualifiers, junior Sage Grillett. And freshman Annalise Sandoval. Emma Diaz and Brianna Robles could not be here today. They are coached by head coach Corteza Vergi, who does not want to be represented. From the Washington boys basketball team, we have two young men who were nominated to the All-State Honorable Mention team. One could not be here today, and that's Antrell Wren, but we do have junior guard Jamari Williams.
Yeah.
The boys basketball team at Washington is coached by head coach Michael Green. And last but not least, from the Wyandotte Bulldogs, as Mr. Black says, it's always a great day to be a Bulldog. We have state qualifier for 6A, junior Rosie Serrano. I apologize in advance. Here representing the wrestling team, we have head coach Peter Martinez. And before we conclude with one more full group picture, I do apologize, Board Vice President Russell. I apologize for not acknowledging you. That is my fault. I apologize. Thank you, scholars. Congratulations on your individual accomplishments. You guys squeeze back in for one group picture. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons.
They all want to be in the back.
You guys get up there for individual pictures, you'll have to tweak it, so you have to tell him to see the picture. His teeth showing.
Nothing, you just gonna just be there and watch everything that's going on. Yeah. At this point, I don't know. I'm trying to get settled in my apartment.
This is always the most fun.
Thank you, guys.
Just looking at a whole bunch.
Congratulations to our scholar athletes, to your coaches, to your teams. Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Congratulations. Thank you all. Next up, we have a special presentation today as well. I would invite Mr. Dom DeRosa to come to the podium as he presents the KNEA Just Imagine Justice Scholarships, to which we have students who receive those. Mr. DeRosa, thank you for being here.
Good evening, President Lopez, Vice President Russell. I remembered Vice President Russell. And Dr. Stubblefield, and the board, thank you for giving me the opportunity. But I'm not going to speak much. You hear from me a lot. But I would like to introduce KNEA President Sherry Swans to come to the podium.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Sherry Schwans. I'm a choral music educator, and I am so thrilled that your educators in Kansas City, Kansas took the opportunity to have their students express what justice means to them. And that comes in a wide variety. But being a music educator, we look at specifically our Just Imagine Justice has the opportunity for the fine arts. How do the students express what justice means to them? We do have a website, justimaginejustice.org, so you can take a look at that. But I want to recognize two very, very important students. And I'm going to have them and their teacher from Harmon, J.C. Harmon High School. I would do injustice if I spoke for them. So I'm going to turn it over to our students. Oprah, would you like to come forward? She expressed what justice is to her through spoken word. Is there anything you'd like to say? Okay. You can, would you like for me to read it? Miss Eiderich, come right ahead. Their teacher.
Hi, I'm Courtney Eiderish. I sponsored Oprah for this contest, and her excerpt goes like this. Justice is more than just an idea people talk about. It's something you can see, hear, and feel. To me, justice looks like fairness, where everyone is treated equally no matter who they are or where they come from. It's making sure people are given the same chances and aren't held back because of things they can't control. Justice is when people step up for what's right, even when it's not easy or popular. It's not just about doing the right thing, it's about making sure others are treated with respect and fairness too. When I think about what justice looks like, I imagine people coming together to make a difference. It's in protests where people stand up and demand change, but it's also in everyday things, like when someone sticks up for someone who's being treated unfairly. It's teachers helping every student, no matter how much they struggle, or communities working to make sure no one is left behind. Justice doesn't have to be some big, dramatic thing all the time. It can be small moments where people choose to do what's fair. Justice also has a voice. It sounds like people speaking up for those who can't. It's the conversations people have when they try to fix something wrong, even if it's uncomfortable. Justice can be loud, like protests or public speeches, but it can also be quiet, like someone choosing to listen and understand someone else's struggles. Justice sounds like accountability, too. People own up to their mistakes and work to make things better instead of brushing problems aside. Most of all, justice is something you feel. It's that sense of relief and balance when something unfair is made right. It's the hope you get when people come together and care about each other. Justice isn't perfect, and it's not something that happens automatically. It takes work, effort, and people who are willing to stand up when it matters.
Are you saying wow like I did? Wow. De'Erica.
I'm going to read my entry. My entry is a drawing of what justice looks like to me. At first glance, you see every box fulfills a different character. Each individual in my drawing has a different color to represent their different paths and lifestyles. Though they each have their own color and path, they are together as one. Although they may not relate to each other, they blend and make every color brighter than it is standing alone. This is what justice looks like to me. It looks like not trying to become one another, but accepting every individual is unique. We are all of the same human race and share the same anatomy. It would sound like delicacy and feel like unity and togetherness. No more feeling like your complexion is wearing you instead of the other way around. No more guessing if you're subject to the word aggressive. No more letting microaggressions define who you are and who you are yet to become. Social justice means not allowing race and ethnicity to define your capabilities. It means to accept yourself and every stranger, including a foreign accent, dark skin, and kinky coil-like hair. It means not ignoring the color, but enjoy and indulging in it.
I would like to present Ms. Courtney Eiderish with the Just Imagine Justice plaque. So thank you.
And if you want to get a look at those, they'll be displayed out in the hallway throughout the meeting tonight. So thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Dom, and congratulations to all of our scholars who we've recognized tonight, to your families, to your school families, all the staff who helped support you. We are so very proud of you. So we're going to take a very quick recess while we take our photos with our scholars that we recognize tonight. So we will be back shortly. Thank you. All right. We are going to come back and restart our meeting. Again, thank you for allowing us a quick break as we celebrate our scholars. Congratulations to all of our scholar athletes and employees of the month and everyone who helps to make that happen, to the entire committee. We are so very proud of all of our scholars and employees. Thank you all and congratulations. Next on our agenda board, we are at item 3, community comment. There is a reminder, anyone and everyone is available or is welcome to come and give comment. Please sign up with the board clerk the Monday at noon before the board meeting to make sure you get placed on the agenda. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Once you start, please give your name and make sure before you leave that the clerk has your name and address and contact information so that we may follow up if there's any follow-up that needs to happen. With that, Ms. Smith, we have one person signed up. Is Emma Brand here today?
I don't see her.
Emma, are you online, Ms. Brand?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you. All right, board, next we are on item 4. Would now entertain a motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect the privacy interests of the parties involved under coma, to include Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Goheen, Dr. Jones. And that's it for 10 minutes, going in at 5:48.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions? Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Allen Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. right, motion to return to open session, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions? Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr.,
Marlon Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're back in open session. Board, we are on item number 5, the consent agenda. Board, I am going to pull item 5B, the HR report. Is that the right one? Yes, item 5B. I will pull the
H also?
H, okay, and we're also pulling item 5H. Any other items on the consent? Okay. So Ms. Smith, just 5B and 5H. All right, motion to approve consent agenda minus those 2 items.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions? Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr.,
Marlon Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take up item 5B first. Board, I'm going to remove item number 76 from the HR report. Ms. Smith, please make a note that we are removing item 76 from the HR report. Mr. Goheen, sorry, for clarity, we don't need a motion to remove that. I can just remove that direct line item.
Just make the motion to approve the HR report without
Okay.
item 76.
Perfect. Is there a motion to approve the HR report minus item 76?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Questions? Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr.,
Marlon Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board. Board, is there a motion to approve item 76 from the HR report?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion? Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr.,
Marlon Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, no.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next, item 5H. Dr. Nguyen?
Question for you, Dr. Stubblefield. Do we receive any state dollars for the Fast Bridge? Item H currently reads dual language curriculum. I said I.
You said H.
Okay, so move to approve H. Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions? Ms. Smith?
Just one moment.
Answer your question. She can still answer your question.
Forget it.
Okay.
Thank you. Forget it.
Yolanda Clark,
Mistake.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr.,
Marlon Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board. Next, we will hear from our Public Libraries Director, Ms. Laura Hunt. Good evening, Ms. Hunt, and welcome.
Hello, Board. Thank you so much for having me tonight. Hopefully, I'll get my presentation up. Let's see, holidays, there we go. Yay! Okay, so today I will be talking to you about statistics for the first quarter of 2022, 2022, oh geez. So first up, we've got our physical and our digital circulation, and you can see here the chart is comparing the first quarter of 2025 to all of 2024. Our circulation is up in both physical and digital checkouts. 2024 physical checkouts were 106,000 and digital were 37,000. Last time we spoke, I mentioned, that was back in January, that it was curious that our digital circulation was actually lower than our physical circulation, since a lot of libraries are seeing huge increases in their digital circulations. And so I thought, well, maybe our physical circulation is just, blowing down the doors of our library. But when I spoke to our e-content librarian, she actually explained that our system that we're using, Hoopla, has a limit of how many circs you can have. That way you don't accidentally go over your budget. And so I've been working with her to figure out how to better allocate that budget so we can have more circulations available for our community, because they do max out those circulations every month. And they're very big audiobook listeners. So we'll be working on that over the next couple of months. And then next we have our popular items so far this year. And you can see some great titles on there. If you haven't already checked these out, you may want to put them on hold at the library. We've got both books, nonfiction, fiction, kids, and movies. For our branch and website visits, you can see that our website visits are down, down 4% so far in 2025, but that's related to the Google Analytics issue that I mentioned last time I spoke to you guys. So we actually had an issue with the way it was reporting, and so that is not actually an accurate count. It reflects, on our total, but you can see that for February and March, once we fixed that issue, the visits for our website were actually up 38%. In March, so I expect that trend will continue. Our in-branch visits are also increasing. They're up 24%, and we're very excited about that. Partly, it may also be because in previous years, our gate counters were those kind of detectors that you see when you come into the building. They don't always count people who are just coming in for the meeting rooms, and so we've changed the way we're doing our gate count so that we can better capture everybody who's coming in. So I expect we'll also see those numbers going up, not just from increased usage, but also from just more accurate data. Our programs and outreach, these numbers look really scary, but actually we had a lot of snow, as indicated by the little snowflakes there. And so we ended up canceling more than 65 programs. We had several outreaches that had to be canceled. And so our program numbers, especially for outreach, were down because our buses couldn't travel. We couldn't get out and about. We were closed like the district was for a lot of days in January and February. And so you can also see that that's reflected in our attendance numbers, which are lower than they normally would be, but I expect those will recover. The spike, we talked about this in January, but the spike in 2024 for March and April was because we had these very successful virtual programs that we counted in our statistics. We have since changed the way we're counting those statistics, so I'll continue to present the combined statistics with virtual and in-person programming, and then once we get through a full cycle of those numbers, I'll start pulling those out separately so we can see virtual and also in-person attendance. And then in pictures for us, you can see some of our cute programs. Yoga for Littles was super cute and super popular. That was at our main branch. The Journey Back, the VR experience, we actually ended up missing out on 6 days of our loan for that virtual headset. So unfortunately, we didn't get everybody that we were hoping to, but we did still reach 226 students who were able to immerse themselves in the Holocaust Museum's virtual Journey Back experience. We celebrated Lunar New Year. We had several STEM and STEAM opportunities. Phil Dixon visited us, one of the founders of the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum, to talk about how he's preserving the legacy of the Negro Leagues baseball. We had Dayon Richardson visit as an author visit. So as always, lots of really fun and exciting events going on at the library. Feel free to stop by and see one of them anytime. And then finally, I just have a brief update for mobile libraries. You've got a couple of copies of the schedule for the summer at your desks there. So we'll have 2 routes beginning May 6th, and they'll be called the Monet and Parker routes after Janelle Monet and Charlie Parker. And they will cover all of our existing stops. 3 buses are currently covering those stops, but without preschools, we're going to drop down to the 2 buses, cover the stops that we need to cover, and then kind of rotate those buses out for maintenance. So that's why we didn't want to stick with the colors for the buses, because sometimes you might get green, sometimes you might get blue, but you will always have a bus at your stop. And now, any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Hunt. Open the floor for questions for Ms. Hunt. Ms. Russell.
Couple of questions I have. One, summer reading kickoff.
Yes.
You have information about that yet?
Yes, summer reading kickoff will be May 31st, May 29th. I'm going to totally make up a date right now. I will get you the real date for that.
Okay.
But
If
yes.
you could email that out to all of us, will it still be at the Boulevard Drive-In?
Yes, it will be at Boulevard Drive-In.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then I quickly tried to look at the routes. Are any of these buses going to the meal locations again?
I don't know, but I can definitely find that
Okay.
out. I know that one of the reasons that we wanted to, when we have the other bus, the third bus, if it's not having maintenance, we wanted to free up some more space for outreach as well.
Okay.
So if we,
Parkwood was a place that it was previously, and I thought it got a lot of, but those places where we're serving meals throughout the
Yes,
summer.
yes.
So if we could
Actually-
just look at that and make sure,
sure, yeah, and I remember.
even if it's not all a constant thing through the summer, I know that folks really appreciated being able to go to those places and have.
Absolutely.
those
I do remember our mobile library supervisor specifically talking about the meals location, actually, and I'm looking at my notes now, but I will send out more details about that.
Okay, thank you, appreciate your report.
Ms. Brownlee Page.
Okay. I know this is last minute, but we're doing the Unity in the Community at Harmon. Will there be a bus there?
Yes. Okay, I'm going to say that with confidence. We just had our staff in-service day, and I believe the mobile library associate reported that they will be at Unity in the Community this year. So I will double-check on that as well
Okay. I
and make sure
appreciate
that that's true.
And then my second question, with the legislative body cutting money for free lunch and all that, will there be food during the summer? Do we know that for sure?
My understanding is yes, some of the things are immediate, but the way that like the federal budget rolls, we are funded through this upcoming school year. So some of the things, and as we talk through budget, are immediate, and some things we're a year out if things don't change or become adjusted.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you. Any other
Thank you.
questions?
Hearing none, is there a motion to accept the library director's report?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions? Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Robert Mallon Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, board item 6B, it's recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the proposed paid holidays and scheduled closings for the Kansas City, Kansas Public Library System as submitted by Ms. Hunt and as recommended by Dr. Anna Stubblefield.
Moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Are there questions or discussion?
So I have a question, and I'm sorry, Laura, I should have asked it before.
Oh, it's okay.
And it may not actually be for you. It might actually be for Dr. Stubblefield. On the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, do we let this staff leave at noon?
We're closed Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Okay.
They leave early on Tuesday.
And I don't want to put you on the spot, but I guess I'm also, as a system, I think, I don't know that and I don't even know the process, and I'm sorry. I don't know what the process is if we don't agree with something on here.
On the calendar?
Yeah, what we would do. And I apologize, I should have brought this up before.
So Thanksgiving is the 27th, correct?
Yes.
So they're closed Wednesday,
They're
closing
open
at 5.
They're closing early at 5 is my understanding.
So one, they have to budget for that, like those hours, because it's a holiday. I don't know. But if that is something that this board collectively wanted to say, that the libraries will close at noon on Wednesdays or be closed, that's something that the board would take up and vote on, and then Laura and her team would implement it. This is past practice, and that's what you're sharing, correct?
Yes, I've been going off of what we have done in the past. For those employees, we have a similar, not issue, but a similar challenge around Christmas time because the district is closed for an extended period. The libraries remain open. What we have been doing is, especially now working with HR, is people who work, or employees who work on a holiday where the district is closed but we are open, we give those employees comp time so that they can use that holiday another day. So we do that through the Christmas holiday and for that Wednesday, but I would be open, if you feel strongly about changing that.
So I think about just like the experience of holidays, and I recognize everyone doesn't celebrate holidays the same traditional way. You need a day to be able to travel or go somewhere. And while we're closing early, I still think it impacts those folks who don't. And I think this is one way that we can fight the dollars, for lack of better words, because we be paying if they're there, we're paying if they're not. So I'm proposing this November 26th, and I also I'm opposing it, but I'm also saying it sounds like we also can meet in that place. But can you also talk to me about April 5th? So we're closed, but it's unpaid. What is April 5th about?
So April 5th is Easter, and so it's a Sunday, and so we are closed, but it's not a district holiday because,
Correct.
so we don't pay for that holiday, but everyone adjusts their schedule. So if normally you would work Sunday and you need 40 hours, you might shift those hours to somewhere else during the week.
Okay, so thank you. I appreciate that clarity. That's very helpful. I guess I am only arguing that we adjust the schedule to allow for our library not volunteers, that's not, it's Volunteer Appreciation Week, that's in my brain, for our staff to be off 3 days the week of Thanksgiving. I don't know what I need to do with that, but amend the proposed schedule, Greg?
I mean, right now, I don't think there's any motion pending whatsoever, so you just have a proposal to
There's a motion, right?
adopt.
No, there isn't.
Okay.
I need to know what to do.
Okay, I'm
I
sorry.
don't think there's any motion pending right now.
There's not. I need to know what to do.
Just make,
There is a motion. Ms. Smith?
Oh, there is? Okay.
There is a motion and a second on the floor.
Oh.
Yes.
You're right.
So this is just discussion right now.
Yes.
So I think right now you've got a motion to approve the calendar as,
Can I make an
as
amendment?
prepared. Well,
Well, I'd like to have a discussion
I
point.
think you're still in
before you make it.
discussion right now,
Okay.
so figure out.
Dr. Nguyen?
What I don't think you're taking into consideration, and I don't have an opinion on your discussion point. Remember, the library is a public entity. It is a separate entity. I don't know, I'd have to do legislative research to understand why USD 500 governs the public library, and it's the only one in the state now that does that. But I don't believe, I don't think you're taking that into consideration.
So I did take it into consideration from the constituents who brought it to my attention, and I'm happy to go back or request, and I apologize, I'm happy to go back and get the foot traffic data for how that foot traffic compares to any other day. And
That's not my point. My point is, if no one comes, it's still a public building. That, are other public buildings closed the Wednesday? I'm
The
just.
UG is closed, yes.
That may be different. But anyway.
How is it different? It's still a
Just said
public?
it may. I don't have
Okay.
the data that, I mean, the point you're making is
Yes.
a valid point.
Yes.
The point I'm making is that I don't think you're considering it's a public building. It's not a school, part of a school. We just happen to govern it.
I understand. even if, yes, I understand your perspective, but even if it wasn't a school, if it wasn't a public entity we're talking about, I'm still talking about a commitment to families, a commitment to allowing folks to celebrate however they want to celebrate.
Well, being open, I don't think is a disrespect to families celebrating Thanksgiving. If you're open on Thanksgiving, that was different.
But that's a privilege if you're not the one working.
Of course.
Other thoughts on this item?
Should we look at the financial aspect of it? What's it gonna cost us? It doesn't mean we don't care, but with the way things are going in the legislature and in the nation, I think we need to look at financially, what will it cost? And is that something we can afford to do in lieu of everything else that's going on? Doesn't mean we don't care, but we do have to look at the fiscal aspect of it.
And the fiscal aspect doesn't change either way. If we're open, we're paying the individuals that are working. If we're closed and we're giving them a paid holiday, we're still paying them the same thing we would be paying them if we were open. It's just a question of, are we open or are we not?
Randy.
Mr. Mylan?
Still say
Well,
Ms. Lynn.
before, I'm sorry. It looked like you wanted to share something, Ms. Hunt, or do you want to go with Mr. Mylan? Okay, Mr. Mylan.
Well, listening to this discussion, Ms. Russell, are you questioning November the 26th to be totally closed? You have an issue with it being totally closed or open and closing at 5, or being closed completely for that day? Entire day? Or not at all? I'm trying to get clarity with what's the issue with Wednesday closing?
Wants to close it.
Okay, you,
It's currently open.
Is it to close entirely, Ms. Russell, is the preference?
That is my preference. I would be happy to meet in the middle if people want to meet in the middle, but still the traveling, yeah. I am more, my preference is for us to close on Wednesday. Or the library to close on Wednesday.
Ms. Hunt, is there anything that you
it's public, you know.
think you would want to add? Sorry to put you on the spot there,
No,
but
that's okay. I think we can look at cost-wise. There may be some difference in cost, if only because we're open 7 days a week at most of our branches. If we will reduce the number of people who normally would work on that day and try to get their hours in earlier, or if it's a part-timer, we may schedule part-timers who wouldn't normally get paid for vacation, for holiday pay. So there could be a financial difference, but ultimately, I mean, like, I think, yeah, we are supposed to be open for the public. Like, I think we try to be open as much as we possibly can for them, but it's always a balancing act of, being open and also taking care of our employees. So I think we can definitely get those numbers. I mean,
So maybe I would ask, this is for the 25-26 holiday, and I don't want to belabor
we can
this.
table it.
Dang, can I
Sorry.
get the words out of my mouth? Can we table it? Since you already said it. Okay, yes. I would, yes.
And I think I would add, I'd be curious, the financial, the employee piece of it, with our police department and the police department and its staff, knowing that the schools are closed that Wednesday, and again, we don't have to discuss that now, but that may play a role in the financial piece, as Ms. Brownlee Page brought up, so
Right.
something to consider. Ms. Clark?
I think Dr. Wynn's point around the foot traffic is important for me as well. Like, what's the impact to the community? I do understand and I respect the holidays and what's happening. I also have to, I think all of us, or at some point, are saying there's also a business aspect to it. And when we talk about the foot traffic, I think that impact is huge, and we need to truly understand that.
right. And as a public library, we do operate, when we're open, as a warming center. So depending on weather and things, we might have fewer people, but they may be people who really do need those services.
Yeah, and maybe the conversation does turn into like a half day, or like, what can we put out in front of the community to lower your staff for that day? I mean, to give as many people the opportunity. I don't know that I'm completely sold on just being closed 3 days.
Yeah, we do have a lot of holidays, and we try to make sure, that we are open. But again, I'm not opposed to it. I think we can definitely look at it and look at the numbers and all that stuff. I was basically going off of what we have done in the past. So if there's a new thought on that, we can research it.
Thank you. Any additional questions, discussion for Ms. on this topic? Ms. Smith, can you remind me who made the motion and the second? There is currently a motion and a second on the table, or on the floor.
Well,
Can you remind me who made the motions?
Ms. Clark.
It was Ms. Clark. Who made the second? Ms. Drew. So there is a motion on the floor. Makers of the motion can either withdraw, or we can move forward with voting on the motion that is on the floor currently.
So I am okay with withdrawing the motion because we were approving the calendar for the library. By withdrawing the motion, we're saying that we would come back to the calendar for the library at a later date and approve everything else.
Correct.
Next.
The next board meeting, correct. You'd like to withdraw your motion?
I'm fine because I think the conversation for the board was to bring back more information to revisit now. Drew?
Ms. Drew?
No, I don't want to withdraw my motion.
We can vote on it.
My second, the
Your
fact that I
second.
seconded, yes.
Okay, we vote.
And Mr. Goheen, I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you got one person that doesn't want to withdraw, then just go ahead and vote on it. It's the easiest way.
Okay. All right. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, no.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, no.
Robert Marlin Jr.
Allen Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
I need some clarity, because I want to make sure I'm on the right track. If I vote no, I'm voting just for that one day, or am I voting for the whole agenda?
For the entire schedule of holidays and days off, the motion is to approve what's on the schedule currently.
I just,
Yes, no, absolutely. I want to make sure everyone's clear.
Okay.
A vote no means no on this. A vote yes is you would approve the holiday schedule in front of us, as it's shown currently.
okay. The only problem I have is the 5th, and I know that's not what's out there. I'd like to vote on the whole thing except for the 5th. She didn't drop it. Yeah, I just think we need more information, but I'll vote for the calendar.
So I want to be clear. You want
I'm
to
voting for the existing calendar.
the existing calendar as presented to move
Yeah.
forward. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Rachel, no.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, no.
Okay, the motion does not move forward. So
We'll bring it back.
we can bring this back. We don't need to table this, Greg? We can just bring this back at a later date.
Bring it back.
But could you clarify what information you?
Yes, so Ms. Hunt, for the next time we bring this forward, Ms. Hunt, if we can have information on financial impact, the discussion that was talked about today and what it would look like if we added that Wednesday as a holiday, either full day or half day, I think for us to look at, that would be helpful. And the foot traffic, thank you, the foot traffic for that day.
And, sorry, I started this conversation. If we could get that information before the next time it's brought, just so we don't have to have that discussion here, but we can get any questions or anything. So if you and Dr. Stubblefield could work on getting that
We
information.
can get it
to
in,
us.
end of the week
Thank
for
you.
that, because we have an extra week.
Right, thank you. Okay, next board, we are on item 7A. Board, these items have come before us at least once and are up for potential action if it is the will of the board. 7A, board, it is recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education accept the low bid from Edward, Don, and Associates in the amount of $34,495.25 for a new tilting gas kettle for Arrowhead School in accordance with the requirements of Board Policy DJED as submitted by Mr. Correll, Mr. Lilly, and as recommended by Dr. Stubblefield.
So moved.
Second,
Moved and seconded. Any questions? Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr.,
Allen Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board. Next, Board, it is recommended that the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education accept the low bid from Landmark Dodge for the purchase of 2 new Dodge Durango police cruisers in the amount of $89,898 for use by the Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools Police Department, submitted by Mr. Correll, Mr. Lilly, and Dr. Stubblefield.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr.,
Allen Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board. Board, next on agenda item 8. These items are for information purposes only. If there are any questions, you can bring those up now or bring those, submit those to Dr. Stubblefield for further consideration. Are there any questions on any items under item 8? Either 8A, B, C, or D. These may or may not potentially come back for action, depending on how staff moves these forward at a future board meeting. Today, they are here for informational purposes. Any questions on any of these items?
On A, it's a temporary, how long would the staffing group be here? If it's temporary, because are we having trouble hiring people?
No, so one of the things that, and Mr. Correll can come up and please correct me, one of the things that came back in the audit is that we had to put this out for bidding. Sometimes, like when people are out or on leave or that kind of thing, we have to contact an agency, and it doesn't mean that we're having trouble hiring. We need people in those spaces, so we have to have a contract with an agency in case a bunch of people are out, because we still have to serve lunch.
Right, it's for on-call services. Somebody's sick or somebody's out at an appointment.
Additional questions on item A, since we're on item A?
So the contract, how is it set up?
We have to put it out for bids. Historically, we've we've worked with certain companies, but one of the things that it says we now have to do is to bid it out, and then it'll come back for you to approve, and that's when you'll see the actual contract. So there are specific things that we're looking for that will be in the solicitation for proposals, and then we'll follow our normal process and come back with a recommendation based off of our standard procedures.
The firms will give us a rate,
Okay,
and that's basically what is in a rate agreement for temporary kitchen help, say like a kitchen assistant or a prep cook or something like that. And they would just, that we'd have that rate off of that contract for the day help as we need them.
okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Additional questions on A? On any other items, B, C, or D? Okay, thank you, Mr. Correll. All right, Board, next we are on agenda item 9. We get a report on the dual language program. To receive an update, would ask Dr. Rodriguez to the podium. Doctora Rodriguez, welcome and congratulations. Good evening.
Good evening, Board, President Lopez, Madam Vice President, Board, and Dr. Stubblefield. Yes, as of 1 p.m. today, I am officially doctor. So celebrate that as I figure out how to get my board presentation all the way up. I might need help.
Get some help here on the presentation.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm very excited to present an update on our dual language program, especially because April is Bilingual Advocacy Month. And so as we celebrate our multilingual students, what a better way to do that when celebrating our program and the successes we've had this year. So Just a reminder of our dual language program, our mission, and our vision. One of the biggest pieces to remember is that we're focused on biliteracy as well as bilingualism, ensuring that our kids are able to not just speak multiple languages, but they're also able to write and read in those. And we successfully see that within our kindergarten and first grade as they go through core content every day. For the past 2 years, and our big focus this year has been on high-yield impact strategies, we are implementing a two-way dual language program, which is a little bit different than immersion. We've done our best to ensure that 50% of our students are Spanish speakers, or as we code them, bilingual, and we use assessments for that to ensure that we have the right mix of students, and then 50% of the students are English speaking or speakers of other languages. Our year 1, year 2, and what we'll also focus on next year is program fidelity, and that's specific to the structure. We use the Center for Applied Linguistics, Cal Institute dual language framework, and are leveraging the 3 pillars of dual language education. And we use that framework and the rubrics in there to evaluate the program structure. If you remember last year, we had 3 sites, and we identified that one of the sites wasn't meeting the intention of the program. We can confidently say this year, with the 2 buildings, with the mix of students, with the teachers that are there, that we are meeting that expectation of program fidelity. We are consistently using language exposure in the classroom. Students have equitable learning opportunities. While I may be learning math and Spanish, I have opportunities on the English side to bridge that. Quality instruction is our focus. We have a dual language coordinator who is in classrooms almost daily with teachers. We have been working with the instructional coaches this year in each of those buildings to ensure that they have a strong understanding and grasp of the program. And we're always focused on that long-term success. While I'm talking about year 1 and 2, we're planning on the back end for what does 2028-2029 school year look like when our first cohort is 5th grade, and then also starting to predict what that might look like for middle school. And then we leverage PLCs and collaborative groups. Again, thinking about 3 schools versus 2, we're able to have more engaging conversations in that PLC when the students are mirroring each other, and finding opportunities across the professional development calendar to have our teachers connect. And when we engage in really strong foundations of bilingualism, biliteracy, we own our academic level, and we bring in that cultural competence, we will then ensure that there's a result in high-level achievement and those learning outcomes. What a typical day looks like for our students, again, we've been focused on the bridge. The bridge is that time of day where we're connecting our English and our Spanish. So as our students are learning English language arts through Amplify, they're also getting that partner curriculum, which is also Amplify the Caminos and focused on the conocimientos and the skills. So we're building that foundational language in both languages. So at every point of the day, students are learning language, whether it's I'm an English speaker on the Spanish side or a Spanish speaker on the English side. So that bridge is really critical. Science and social studies are taught using our district purchased materials, our high-quality instructional materials, and those are taught in English. We're also using iReady, which is our high-quality instructional material for math, but we're doing math in Spanish, and our students are assessed in that. Again, they have opportunities to do both in English. We've added in some opportunities in spaces where the kids can further build on those foundational skills using Estrellita and Lunitas and Imagine Learning. Those 2 programs are specific to the dual language program, as they are supplemental for the Spanish side. This year, we have 147 students in kindergarten. That includes the students that elected to move from Silver City to both Francis Willard and New Stanley. Our kindergartners are the funnest group to watch to see what they look like day in and day out, and we're excited to now onboard those kindergarten and first graders to the next level. We've held our second annual dual language parent information session. This is one thing that we anticipate to have every year. One of our celebrations from that event is that we have parents coming, they're planning 2 years in advance. We have parents that have 3-year-olds coming and wanting to know how do they get into the program. And the intent of that program is really to focus on, the intent of that night is really to focus on ensuring that our parents are aware of what the program is, we can answer any questions, and then we can enroll them. Out of the families that came in, I think we enrolled about 5 families to kindergarten and into the dual language program. Enrollment is still currently open. We are bringing in our students who are neighborhood students. We hold seats for those students, and then the lottery will begin in June. I'm anticipating this year that we'll have a very large lottery just based off of the interest that we've seen, which means, again, that our program is working the way that we want it to do. After the event, we did engage in a thought exchange, really just asking feedback from the community. That's one of the things that a few years ago when we were talking about planning was critical, that we engage the community. So parts of that dual language framework is to ensure that at every step we have community feedback and comments. So I do want to highlight some of the things that our parents said, and some of these are translated. They were entries in Spanish, but from the thought exchange, you can see that the parents love it. They have kids in kindergarten and first grade. They find that their kids are able to already read and write in both languages, and they're really celebrating the way that bilingualism and biliteracy opens doors. They feel that their kids are meeting benchmarks and that it's important for all students. And there is a desire for expanding the program or continuing to onboard more kindergartners every year, which is the hope of this program. I'll pause so that if you haven't had a chance to read some of those, I'll give you a second to do that. And then again, these are just a few highlights. Our focus for evaluation last year and this year have really been on program structure. We'll give you a little bit of academics. We will really highlight the academics in 3rd grade because the research says that that's where some magic happens. And we want to be able to point that out to you. But our instructional design is being implemented in both schools, which is really good. We are meeting our student 50-50 ratio. In one of our schools, it's 60-40, but that still meets what a 50-50 program is, and we're utilizing high-quality instructional materials. After year 1, we didn't see any significant gaps in our English language learners or for those that are enrolled in our dual language program, which is really good because our ESL students in a traditional track often have gaps. So we've already closed that gap in kindergarten. Our dual language students maintained content knowledge over the summer, which again is good. They're learning, they're maintaining the information that they're getting both in English and Spanish. We didn't see any language slip this year, and we don't anticipate to see that moving forward. And then our year 1.5 findings, so as we evaluated in December, our dual language students have better attendance rate compared to other students across the district. As a matter of fact, in one of our schools, their kindergarten group has the highest attendance that school has ever seen in kindergarten, which is a huge celebration. Part of dual language programming is culture, community. So when our students feel connected, I've had the opportunity to be in a classroom where a student had been gone for a few days and came back, and the celebration from his classmates was really inspiring to see. Like, they've truly built a community around the culture and the language that they have. Our dual language students are showing growth on early reading in the Spanish screener, which we want to see. And then we are fully staffed for the next academic school year, which when we look at the competitive market for Spanish teachers and certified teachers, that's huge. We had more candidates than we had positions for, which is really amazing for us. And with that, I will answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Ms. Brownlee Page.
Okay, thank you for the report.
Yes.
But for me, I want a little bit more. I would like to see some data, their scores, their actual scores, and then compare that to the other kids who didn't have it, as well as what are the numbers on attendance. Because there's general statements, but I'd love to see the data to back it up. And I think that would help, because there are going to be some people, and Dr. Nguyen knows we deal with these critics, that if we can throw some numbers at them, that would help us out. Because
Yeah.
it sounds good, but can you give us the data to back it up? It would help immensely.
Yeah, we
And
can-
compare that, because we're making some general statements, but it would be good to have had that data with it, and that would help us out.
We can definitely look at comparison data. I do want to caution with that. Our dual language students don't take all of the same assessments as our traditional track students, because some of the assessments aren't, we wouldn't be able to get a holistic picture yet, because some of the assessments that the dual language students are taking are the Spanish test, and our traditional track students don't take those. So then we wouldn't be able to compare the Fast Bridge to the iReady, because they're not the same assessment. So
But you did get some number results back.
absolutely,
That's
we
what
have
I
some
would like
numbers,
to
yes.
see. And we need to say, they didn't do this or they didn't do that. But it would be nice to see some numbers. Because we're
Absolutely.
dealing with some people, we can say all the niceties, but it doesn't click.
Mm-hmm.
And it helps to have some numbers when we talk to them, that hopefully we can get them to have a change of heart.
Sure.
And I'm not knocking what you're doing, so please don't misquote me and say, Ms. Page didn't want, that's not what I'm saying. We need some data, some information that we can share, and share with the people up there who dish out the money, that this is working.
Yeah, absolutely, and we can do that. I can say that knowing that our teachers are ESL endorsed, we are able to keep that funding coming in as well. Again, just a reminder, as we're building out the program, the Cal Institute, so the Center for Applied Linguistics, really says year 1 and 2 should be focused on program structure. I can bring numbers, but today's intention was to highlight that the structure is on point, so that next year when we're ready to start talking a little deeper in academics, and we'll have comparison data of 3-year track, it won't be comparing apples to oranges.
No, I get what you're saying, but we're dealing with some people, and we can see it nationally and statewide. If you cut, they're talking about cutting early childhood. Come on, they don't have a heart. So we got to be ready and be willing to back it up. That's all I'm saying. I'm not knocking it, but I would like to see some numbers.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brownlee Page. Ms. Russell?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I also, numbers are a thing and data. And so I would just expand to numbers around the number of students who transitioned from kindergarten to first grade, what that enrollment data looks like at each of the buildings. That would be great, as well as if there are numbers around the open enrollment impact. Did we allow lottery folks to participate in this program, and how many kids from outside our district, or are we only serving students within our district?
Currently, it's only students within our district.
Because you had such a high demand.
Correct.
Okay.
And we anticipate that to be the case.
Okay. And then the other question, I know that El Centro runs a dual language preschool. Have we considered that as an option? I heard you mention that parents are planning out, but also as we plan out, will that be a part of the conversation that you have in subsequent years as we acknowledge as a board that we need more pre-K spots, and maybe this is an opportunity to allow that? Does the learning increase? And I'm like throwing all these thought questions that I have around just if we see higher attendance in our dual language program compared to our regular attendance, just what impact would be greater? And not that I'm expecting you to know like which impact is greater, but just thinking about that, so.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Other questions? All right. Thank you yes, I'm sorry, Ms. Brownlee Page.
You seem to be doing an excellent job in attendance. What can you share with the rest of us to make it work? Why are they coming to school? And then we have others who aren't coming to school. So what are you doing so uniquely that people want to come? And can we share that with the rest?
I can tell you from what I've heard from teachers and why they feel that. I think we'd have to do a deeper analysis on is this year, remember, this is only our second year, so we don't know, is this a fluke? Is it just these parents are more engaged? There's a lot of factors in between that, but the teachers really attribute it to the community that they've built. We look at the group not as 2 classes of 25, but a whole class of 50 with 2 teachers that they share. Part of bilingual learning is also embedding culture. The culture that they learn is obviously culture from the United States, but then also Latino culture from Spain, and that's really community-driven, and so there's also those components in there, the teamwork between the teachers of having mirrored classrooms and the engagement that bilingual programs output are all things that we could say are factors. The researchers and the over 30 years of research say those are also things that attribute to that. So it's not just a collective in our classroom, but also a collective of families in the program holistically.
So a couple of, thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. And I didn't send these questions to you ahead of time, so apologize. First off, thank you for the update, and I know you had a short amount of time to give us an update, so appreciate you going through that pretty quickly and capturing quite a bit. I'm curious, it would also help, because I think when we look at those classrooms, it's a pretty diverse set of students as well. So when you're getting some of that data around enrollment and all that, I think it'd be helpful to just kind of get an understanding of who's in that classroom as well. Because I think that's it's great to see, I think sometimes when folks think dual language, you might think, oh, that's for ELL kids or kids that are Latino, Hispanic, and that's not entirely the case. While we might see higher numbers because of our student demographics, I think it's important to kind of note that out and see the diversity in those classrooms. And then kudos to you and your team for already planning for 28-29, that first 5th grade cohort. I think that's such a great forward vision on the program to really start planning out and making sure that we have a sustainable program, a program that's quality for our kiddos and scholars at those early ages. And I'm really excited to see that first cohort once we get to that point. So I think, to what Ms. Brownlee-Page asked and Ms. Russell, just some of that data that might be helpful for us to look at and around enrollment. And great, I'm excited that we had more teachers or more staff applying than we had spots. I think that's a great testament to what we've built here in KCKPS, the culture, and I think we continue to be a shining example in this work for the state and regionally and nationally. I think we can continue to grow that. So appreciate the information. Just some of the additional data points would help. But.
Yep, I can work with Dr. Stubblefield to get it in, maybe not this Friday update, but the next one, as my team will be attending a statewide ESL conference tomorrow. So it'd be pretty quick turnaround to put it in a way that catches all of the feedback that you guys are looking for.
Awesome.
I got one more question.
I'm sorry, Ms. Russell.
One more question I have for you is, what do you need from us? So we took a leap of faith a few years ago to start this journey. And I think if you had one wish, one dream for what you wish the department or the program had now, what would that be?
That's a great question.
You only get one.
Yeah. I may have to come back on that because right now we feel like the program is working, and so the support is what we need, that continuous support to be able to purchase materials year after year, which is the budget that is critical. Let me think on that a little bit more.
Okay. I'll be looking for it next week.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right.
All right. Thank you, and congratulations on Doctora Rodriguez.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, board, we are at item 10. We will hear from our superintendent of schools, Dr. Stubblefield.
Good evening, everyone. I just have a few reminders and announcements. This spring, KCKPS is celebrating students with excellent or improved attendance and those who have helped create a welcoming school culture. Staff, please remember to nominate your standout students by connecting with your attendance secretary or reaching out to to Achieve, as there will be lots of prizes, so stay tuned to our social media for updates and highlights. Let's keep showing up and celebrating those who make our schools shine as we close out Spring Attendance Awareness Month. From April 28th to May 2nd, please join KCKPS Enough is Enough, the Thrive as We Stand Together, and Thrive as We Stand Together to raise awareness during Youth Violence Prevention Week. This year, Enough is Enough is student leaders from every middle and high school are launching campaigns at their schools to spark conversation and take action. Each student group will display a KCKPS Stand Against Violence poster and invite their peers to sign and pledge and share how they are going to prevent violence in their school and communities. Through the student-led efforts, we're amplifying youth voices and building safer, stronger schools together. Today is School Bus Driver Appreciation Day, so we want to take a moment to say thank you to all our transportation team for making it a priority to get our students from point A to point B safely every day. Student Services invite board members, staff, students, and community members to join us on April 30th from 4 to 7 p.m. at Washington High School for a special student-led celebration during Youth Violence Prevention Week. Washington's Enough is Enough students will unveil their new campaign, Violently Be Yourself, encouraging youth to reject negative influence and boldly embrace their true selves. This event will feature a DJ, food trucks, dancing, and have fun for the whole family. Come out and stand with us against violence and for a future full of hope and strength. This is just a reminder and a save the date. The Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools Summer Learning Program is approaching. The program will take place from June 2nd through the 25th. The program is by invitation, and students who are eligible will receive an invite through the parent portal in Infinite Campus. This is also a reminder when students don't accept the invite, we do open it up to other students once we know the number of seats that are available. As mentioned by Dr. Rodriguez, April is National Bilingual Multilingual Month and Learner Advocacy Month. Nearly 75% of all English language learners come from Spanish-speaking homes. We want to take a moment to recognize and honor the nearly 5 million English language learners across the United States. For our Latino students and families, this celebration carries special significance. When a child learns and maintains their home language while learning English, they keep strong connections to their cultural background. They develop cognitive flexibility that will serve them throughout life, and they prepare for a future where their bilingual abilities will be increasingly valued in our interconnected world. We support all of the languages, and this is just a reminder, we have over 60 languages spoken in our district, and we recognize that being bilingual is a superpower, and we acknowledge that with all of our bilingual families and students. April is also Autism Awareness Month. This is an important opportunity to foster understanding, acceptance, and support for individuals with autism. It also highlights the ongoing need for enhanced resources. Let's unite during Autism Awareness Month to celebrate diversity, advocate for inclusivity, and continue striving for a bright future for all individuals living within the autism spectrum. April is also Child Abuse Prevention Month. April has a lot of things happening. This month highlights the importance of families and communities working together to prevent child abuse and neglect. Awareness provides us with the opportunity to learn about the prevention services and supports that are available to help parents, other caregivers, and communities to strengthen families and protect children from risk factors that make them vulnerable to abuse and neglect. So, thank you. I also do want to acknowledge that we did share, we did lose a staff member, a former staff member, Ms. Lenore Miller, did pass away last week, and we just wanted to take the time to acknowledge Ms. Miller because she worked here in the district for several years. She did retire last June, but she did pass away on, I believe, April 12th or 13th, and we do have information about her services. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield. Just a few from my end. I had the honor of going to the Caring for Kids celebration last week, I believe that was, and it was a great celebration of the organization that we have a strong partnership with in the district. Thank you for the invitation. It was great to see and to hear from the speakers and see all the students that were up on stage being recognized. That was great. It's a great partnership for us and for our students.
I was just going to say, and Dr. Campbell was the host of the event and did an amazing job for Caring for Kids. She's not here tonight, but she did a great job at that event.
She did. She was the MC and carried it well and represented KCKPS in our district and community great. So thank you for that. I believe you mentioned the Unity in the Community that's coming up this weekend, so hopefully folks have that information and can get out and support at Harmon this Saturday for Unity in the Community. You can find more information on our website, our social media pages, and we hope to see a great crowd and turnout at Unity in the Community this Saturday. Friday, I'll be attending, and I believe several of you will as well, the JROTC program and graduation at Washington High School. It's always a great celebration when we get to be there and see all of those students and celebrate their successes. So really looking forward to that. Board, I know May is a very busy month for all of us. Lots of activities going on. I'm sure you all have received several invitations. Take advantage of whatever you can and go out to the schools and the classrooms. It's always refreshing to be in the buildings and seeing the kids and talking with staff about all the positive things that are happening in our schools that don't always make it into the news, but there's a lot of great things happening in our district. And one thing, and I don't want to steal your thunder either, Ms. Brownlee Page, but I'll also just share, I got to go to Wyandotte High School on Monday and hear about the robotics team from Wyandotte, who is doing an amazing job. Channel 41 did a story on the robotics team, small but mighty team. I think it's a team of 8 when those teams typically have more than 25 kids who participate on their teams, but they're doing an amazing job. They were able to go to Houston to participate in the world's competition. They were invited and did extremely well in that competition. And so I know there was a lot of pride in the staff and in the students and the robotics team at Wyandotte. So just want to lift them up. I think, let's see if I actually have it. Oh, there it is, Mr. Mylan. I've got one too, the Wyandotte robotics team pin that they gave me when I went and visited. So it was really cool to learn about them. And 3rd in the state, I think it is, Miss Brownlee Page. They ranked 3rd in the state. So those stories don't always get lifted up in our district. Every building has some great things happening, and it's always cool when we get to center and refocus on our scholars, our kids, like we did at today's meeting at the very beginning. So congratulations to those kiddos. Awesome experience that they'll never forget, I'm sure. So just want to lift that up. So thank you. I'll open it up for any other board members. Ms. Brownlee Page.
April is also Asian History Month, and I know they're doing some programs at different schools, and I know that Arrowhead has a pretty large Asian community, and I think Argentine is doing a program this Friday, if I'm not mistaken. And we've also lost some other former teachers and administrators. Richard Martin, we called him Salt. I know he was my 10th grade history teacher. He passed away. His services are Saturday. The wake is from 9 to 11. The funeral's from 11 to 12. It's First Baptist Quindaro. We also lost Eric Kirkwood, who was one of our subs. His mom also taught at Wyandotte, Virginia Kirkwood, and she lost her son. We want to lift her up. And we also lost Bonnie Square, who was a teacher at West Middle School, who taught with Miss Drew. So we need to lift up and encourage our teachers, our administrators. This is not an easy job, but we do it because we love it, and we care about the kids. But we need to also remember to take care of ourselves. You know, do what you need to do to make sure you take care of you and take care of the kids, because that's what we're here for. And we want to make sure we do that. So if you would remember them, whether you pray or meditate, whatever you do, keep them in your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brownlee Page, also, I didn't share it, you might, but Ms. Brownlee Page did a nice job at the Wyandotte Democratic Breakfast this past Saturday, where you spoke on your experience in the legislature within your first year, and I thought you did a nice job of talking about the challenges that we're going through quite a bit and what we're seeing. So thank you for your service in that work. And then I'll also add, I want to just make sure I don't forget, Spring Excellence in Education is coming up. I believe that is on May 8th, which is always a great program where we get to highlight students. So look for that if you're able to attend. It's always a great program. Ms. Watson and her team do an amazing job celebrating our students and team in our district, Dr. Lucero and the entire team. So looking forward to that as well. I'm sorry, Mr. Mylan, go ahead.
All right, I was waiting, I'm patient. Mr. President, I wanted to add to that, the robotics team from Wyandotte. I had the opportunity to physically be there Friday and witness. I don't want to say we downplay that. That was really something with it. It was a great accomplishment because they were underfunded and undersized and undermanned. And we get such a negative concept oftentimes from the district and students around here that attend KCK. And it was something awesome to see that many of the students lined the hallways, and I stayed there for a while to see on the big screen how they saw the competition unfold. But it was a great accomplishment, and for them to do that, and a big shout out that goes out because the negativism is not always like it seems to be, and we should be proud of that. And I was opportunity. I didn't know. I'm glad you said. I didn't know where they finished that because I went Friday. I know how if it continue how long it continued on.
I believe their record at Worlds competition was 6-4, so they did really well, and we're.
I got my button here, and Ms. Wanda Page, Mr. Martin's homegoing is Friday.
Yeah, I thought I said Friday. I'm
No,
sorry.
ma'am. You said Saturday.
Okay, Friday.
Good.
Forgive me. Okay,
11 o'clock.
gotcha.
Amen.
Any other board members? Ms. Clark?
One comment. I know it's prom season, and so I'm sure all of our proms have gone very well. I was able to be pretty close to Washington's prom. I was not able to attend, but I was able to see all of the, as I would say, sausage making. And so I just want to appreciate all the staff for everything they've done. I can speak for Washington's prom. They were met. The staff was excited. I've seen some of the videos, and so thank you for all you're doing.
Ms. Russell?
And I might have not heard her say it, but I just want to acknowledge that today is Bus Driver Appreciation Day, and so I want to give my kudos to the transportation team who every day make sure our students get where they need to be and where they're going. I know as April and May pick up, it is field trip season, and so there are extra hours and extra work being put in, and so kudos to that team. I love their new shirts that they got going. They're so colorful and fun, but thank them for all that they do if you happen to see a bus driver this week.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Ms. Drew?
Just wanted to say, I've been very limited in attending anything because I've recently moved with my mother, who just turned 90 years old, and being there with her, it's been a joy. But I did have the opportunity to go to J.C. Harmon High School on Friday, April the 11th, for the market day. And as I was going in, Dr. Stubblefield was coming out. And the food was just excellent. I didn't have to cook for my mom, and I was very pleased about being there. So I just wanted to mention that that was a very enlightening experience for the youth there to be able to prepare and then sell what they had prepared. And so just wanted to say thank you to the J.C. Harmon students for Market Day.
Thank you, Ms. Drew. Any other discussion, comments from the board? All right, as you can always see, you all are super busy and involved, so we appreciate you. Okay, next board, we are at our executive session. Item 11A would entertain a motion to recess to executive session for consultation with the attorney on matters which would be deemed privilege in the attorney-client relationship under COMA to include Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Goheen, Mr. Lilly.
Great. 5 or 10?
5 or 10.
for 7 minutes, going in at 7:30 for 10 minutes. For 7 minutes, I'm sorry, for 7 minutes.
Dr. Jones.
Dr. Jones.
Oh, sorry.
Moved by Ms.
Yes.
Russell. Or second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Clark. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr.,
Allen Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Russ-
Moved by Ms. Clark, seconded by Mr. Mylan. Questions? Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark. Maxine Drew. Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr. Wanda Brownlee Page. Rachel Russell. Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect the privacy interests of parties involved under coma, to include Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Goheen, Mr. Lilly, and Dr. Jones for 15 minutes, going in at 7:40. Moved by Ms. Clark, seconded by Ms. Russell. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark. Maxine Drew. Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr. Wanda Brownlee Page. Rachel Russell. Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to return to open session? Moved by Ms. Russell, seconded by Ms. Clark. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark. Maxine Drew. Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr. Wanda Brownlee Page. Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to extend executive session for 15 minutes.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Russell, seconded by Ms. Page. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark. Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr. Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
return to open session, please?
So moved. Second.
Moved and second. Ms. Smith,
I didn't hear who moved.
I'm sorry, Ms. Russell moved and Ms. Clark seconded. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Yolanda Clark. Maxine Drew. Randy Lopez.
Andy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr. Wanda Brownlee Page. Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you. Motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect the privacy interests of parties involved under COMA, including Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Goheen, Dr. Jones, for 5 minutes.
So moved.
And I'm sorry, to go in at 8:37 for 5 minutes. Moved by Ms. Russell, seconded by Ms. Brownlee Page. Ms. Smith.
Yolanda Clark. Maxine Drew. Randy Lopez.
Andy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr. Wanda Brownlee Page. Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you. Or we're at time, is that right?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Motion to return to open session. Moved by Ms. Russell, seconded by Ms. Clark. Ms. Smith.
Yolanda Clark. Maxine Drew. Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr. Wanda Brownlee Page. Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
All right. Motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect the privacy interests of the parties involved under coma, to go in at 8:45 for 10 minutes, including Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Goheen, and Dr. Jones. Moved by Ms. Drew, seconded by Mr. Mylan. Ms. Smith.
Yolanda Clark. Maxine Drew. Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr. Wanda Brownlee Page. Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you. into open session? Moved by Ms. Clark,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Russell. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark. Maxine Drew. Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr. Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brown, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
All right. Motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect the privacy interests of parties involved under COMA, to include Mr. Goheen and Dr. Jones for 5 minutes, going in at 9:03.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Russell, seconded by Ms. Clark. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark.
Wanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr.
Yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brown, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Thank you. right, motion to return to open session, please.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew, Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Allen Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page, Rachel Russell,
Rachel, yes.
Dr.
Yes.
Dr.
Wynn, yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks, board, for your patience. Thank you, staff. With that, this meeting is adjourned. Have a great night.